Right. That should just about do it. Playing with new window layouts. Right. The puppy is not happy about being left in the crate. The puppy is going to have to wait. Okay. Now, let's see if we can actually get this to build this morning. Seems that we do not use this anymore. I don't know that we use this either, but I'll just comment it out for now. And we don't use this. We do need to receive something which will get back a auth URL for us. Which means we need to listen to the one-shot receiver, which means we need to create it here. DC authenticate response. New, I assume. Really? Like this? No, that's foolish. Okay. How do we create a new one? Here's the question. Await the receiver object directly. Okay. Tokyo one-shot receiver. Hmm. How does one create it? Let's see, MPSC one. Oh, okay, like that. I see. That makes total sense. All right, so what we're actually looking at is um, URL tx and URL rx. Like so. And then we send URL tx, and then we wait for it to have something in it, presumably. Right. Don't suppose it'll be as simple as this. Response and IDC authenticate response. Which has an auth URL in it. So what's the problem here? Oh, it's private. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. And now we just need, wow, we got there. We don't use probably most of those. ID client secret. Do we use CSRF token? Oh yeah, we do. For the request config. All right, we got there. Now, where else are we having problems? Type annotations needed. Cannot satisfy OpenID Connect response type. See if we can get a little more detail in terminal. Could not infer type of the type parameter RT declared on the enum authentication flow. Hmm. That's interesting. I wonder, I'm actually going to ask ChatGPT to see if it can explain the error better for me. See how good it is. So the trait cannot infer type, cannot satisfy response type. In the following statement, Rust cannot infer type of the type parameter RT declared on authorization flow. Attempt to add some context explanation to this error. So it's looking for the response type, essentially. Not terribly helpful, but let's look at the OpenID Connect Rust docs, and we'll see what we can do. So we're looking for core client authorize URL. I see RS, I don't see RT, but where RS is response type. Authentication flow. RT response type, right. Um, not really that helpful to me. I need to get better at reading this documentation, but still. Hmm. Wonder if we've got any issues on this. Implicit true. Not useful. Um, let's try just a quick search on authentication flow. To closed. It uses core response type. Let's just check if that alters the error. Ah, okay. That does alter the response to the error. I wonder why it couldn't infer it before. Code ID token extension. All right. Auth URL CSRF nonce. Let's just have a real quick look at their example, specifically their async example. Authentication flow authorization code. Oh, what am I doing? There you go. It's a shortcut method, a shortcut type. That ought to be better. Yep. So much better. Okay, on to the next problem. Um, so we're using auth URL a couple of times here, I think. Instead of changing this to be mutable. Yep, that is true. Oh yeah. mismatch types expected string. Right. So secret returns a reference to string. But now we've got str. I've still got string. Why? 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 Is it because I'm dereferencing it? Apparently so. So just to check, yeah. All right, so we just need to clone it. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. Ideally, OIDC cache would implement the copy trait, but I think because it's got strings in it, I can't. Um, yep, fair. So another clone possibly. Okay, so can't even do that. So now I think this needs to be cloned. OIDC flow state. Can't do it. Damn. So that needs to become a string. Again, this is the problem we had last time. Oh, there's a very sad puppy back there. Very sad. Wants to get up and destroy things. Because that's what puppies do. Can hear my voice and thinks it must be time to destroy things. To be fair, it is almost time to destroy things. Um, now, question is, do I return this to being a string? Which I think is probably the answer. In which case I need to adjust a bunch of other things, but that's okay. Right, so now we need to recreate it. Oh, whoops. And it's moved now, so Same thing again. Um, I don't learn. I just don't learn. I don't learn these things. There you go. All right. So that's this file. I think mostly error-free. For some reason, Rust Analyzer is having a hard time coping. Might just rebuild real quick. Wonder if that corrects the issues that Rust Analyzer is having. I think it's probably referring to something in another file. Um, so we know we're having problems in main. Let's go back to main. I don't even know if this exists anymore. Okay, that's looking good. Takes 3 arguments, but 2 were provided. Let's have a look at the definition. It takes config, a cache, and the MPSC. All right, so we need a new cache. Um, let cache equals OIDC cache. Um, I wonder if we should just make this a implement default. Yeah, there we go. And then we pass it to run. Now, do I pass it as commutex, right? And we import that. And go cache equals, whoops, arc mutex OIDC cache. There we go. All right, apparently we don't need to refer to that by reference. Cool. Now we have this, which is right, we should clone this. Okay. Doesn't need to be mutable. Interesting. Ever think about that one? I would have thought it does need to be mutable. Okay. So we're getting somewhere, I think. I think we're getting somewhere. So we now have um, the OIDC client, which is shared between the authentication flow start and the Axon route handler. The Twitch IRC needs to receive the auth token when it updates. Will it handle its own refresh token, or will we have the OIDC client do this? And the event subcode also needs the auth token, which I think is self-evident. Okay, cool. We're getting somewhere. I have no idea if we need 32 on that. Okay, so now where are our remaining errors? Unused variable in server. Uh, Unused variable config in listener. Now, where is listener? That's in chat. Yeah, we may still need that, so we won't go crazy just yet. And there's an issue in Events Hub. Oh, there's probably all sorts of issues in Events Hub. Where are our problems? Oh, right, the IDs. Okay. I think we can just comment all of this out, to be honest with you, for now. Okay. By the way, did it actually run? Or even build successfully? Yeah, it does. Nice. Okay, in server, unused implementer of futures future that must be used. Interesting. All right. So let's follow this to its logical conclusion here. Get rid of event sub and we'll go to main. Main launches and calls run, passing it a config and a cache, which is just really a hash map. I have no idea if that's safe or not. OADC config. So this is where we might want to consider having a notify so that it can update the individual things that need the cache. Actually, because of that, I'm going to add chat back into the picture. And we'll join it here. And then we'll also provide a copy of the mutex cache. And in fact, the cache probably needs a notify in it. Unless we just pass the notifier as a separate argument, maybe. Or is it more idiomatic to put notifiers on the structure that they're telling you about? And then chat cache. So let's look at this type and maybe we can give it a notify. See if that breaks anything, basically. Well, there's a very sad puppy back there. Just going to have to hang on for a little bit longer. Seems to me. So, I need to remember how to use notify again. But so far it's letting me pass it. Then we got cache, which is an arc mutex. OIDC cache. Why is that an unused import? Huh, weird. Okay, so in theory those are both unused, but we won't worry about that right now. And really those just need to be told when the cache is being updated. In theory, you could also have a channel that just sent it a new token, but I think this kind of works better. I'll be really interested to see other people's code that do similar things. Okay, so that's now working again. What's going on there? Not quite sure why it insists that that channel is not meant to be mutable, but I'll figure it out. Okay, so now we have our chat back. We need to notify it when we need to notify all the consumers when that has been changed. So I need to go and look up the Tokyo docs for notify again. Okay. Notify a single task of an event. I mean, the other thing is we could use like a broadcast channel. So notify one only notifies a single channel, a single task. I think I'm going to have to pause and let this puppy out. Is what I think is going to have to happen. And we're back. I have coffee, which is essential. And the puppy is fed and attempting to destroy things. So this is true, this is true, this is true. This is no longer true. This has been done. This is ongoing. This is also true. And this has been done. Okay, now about maybe yeah. Yeah, we can live with that. All right. Now then, where have we actually gotten to? We ought to be at this point. Oh yeah, they had that cool thing in the config where they implemented secret. And I actually think we should do the same thing for cache. Yeah, so that I can output it without revealing the token. So let's go here. Although actually, only a few of these types of strings anyway. The OIDC flow state, which is a URL, a nonce, and a verifier. But actually, we need the token as well. Where is the one that had the token in it? Is it? Oh, that's where we were. I had a struct where I had the token and the refresh token. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's in config. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now we have to communicate the token to yeah, I think it's better if we put it in an OIDC flow state. In which case we're probably going to need refresh token too. I imagine ID token, but I'm not going to go there yet. Because I think we'll need to do some refresh token management. from the client code. But in the meantime, we ought to be able to communicate about it. And actually, did I put notify in there? Where did I put the notify? I see. Okay. I think I might just change this to OIDC state. All right. Hello, puppy. How you doing? Good boy. What a good dog. Yeah. What a good boy. Yeah. Oh, do you need to curl up and sleep for a little while? Okay, so we've got a result that has to be used. I'm thinking we probably need to look at something like this, which we can't do. I love that there's a type called standard ops yeet. It's just perfect. What does this actually return? It returns a IR error. Um, so if it fails to send, we need to go okay or IR maybe. No, won't let me do that. Why not? Not in scope. It returns a result blah t. Oh, now this might be an issue because it's a one shot. Um, what happens if I need to do it again? Oh no, because you send the one shot in the struct that gets passed to it, so you can just create another one. Okay. But we still need to consume the result. I think it's okay or IR, isn't it? Yeah. But that's on a option. So let's look at IR's documentation. Oh, we need to take that sign down. Can't wait to get that automated. Search on the string or IR. It's only on options. Okay. Okay or else. If string is interpolation is required, use okay or else. Okay. What about um, just or IR? No. So I guess option next, wrap error. Oh, I see. So maybe I should be doing wrap error failed to communicate. Hey, Tilly, pop up, come here. Quick you. Oh, you're being a brat. Get out of it. On your bed, Tiff. Good boy. Okay, good boy. So failed to communicate or URL, something like that. For standards. Do I need something in scope? Wrap error. Okay. Doesn't satisfy standard error because of URL. I know this is probably not going to be the answer, but no. Yeah, didn't think so. Um, but I don't want to send that as the error. That's the thing. Um, let's look at one-shot sender. Sends message over the channel. Returns an error if the receiver has already been dropped. It's lock-free and wait-free. So I can't wrap error, and apparently I can't just do that again because it doesn't implement error. So is it that I should, do I need to wrap this in OK? Surely not. Track bound error is not satisfied. I think this is all because of IO report. If I take that out, just return an error, I'm sure we don't have this problem. Oh, it returns an error. If I do this, okay. All right, well, let's start that way. I don't really understand why. Would be good to understand this in more detail. Um, should we be returning the result of this sent and or errors if it fails? Okay, all right. So that's good. So we're communicating back the auth URL, and then in this function, we consume that here, and we use it to open a URL. Then in the route handler, actually, hang on, keep that for reference, we might need it. In the route handler, which is in server, we receive the URL from Twitch, and we send the code in the CSRF, which is in state query string, to the client task. In the client task, we run exchange code, which gets us we unlock the cache, we check to see if there's a CSRF token already, which we've inserted here. Um, and then I actually wonder if I shouldn't just grab the modifiable one. So not get, but entry. In which case it would be, I think, mute session, C sessions get entry. And I think right, so this is now an entry, not an option. The return type of this call is standard string, really. Uh, okay, so session is now an entry OIDC state, which is kind of what we want. And entry returns, oh, it always returns an entry. So what happens if that entry doesn't exist? Okay, you got or insert, but is there like an or error? Or else, maybe? No or else. All right, so we need to look up our entry docs. Standard HMAT Rust entry. So good boy, tiered. For in-place manipulation, we've got or insert, which is kind of, yeah, we're already doing it here in a way. But the thing is, I want it to fail. I want to know if it exists. Is empty, maybe? If the map contains no element, no, that's not it. Extractive, no. Contains key, I think that's what we want. So if not C sessions contains key, CSRF, something like that. Yeah, yeah, okay. Then we're going to want to know details from it. So, but it would be nice if entry had a way to, yeah, how do I get the entry and also make it mutable, but determine if it doesn't exist? So let's go let session equals C sessions entry CSRF. I mean, you can use the or else syntax. And modify or insert one. I see, so you can refer to it directly. So what if we just do it that way rather than trying to have a variable out here? What if we just C sessions CSR get. Hang on, I don't need to modify it. So get is the equivalent, right? CSRF PKCE verifier, which I'm assuming will need to be cloned. Right, because it's an option. I mean, it would be reasonable to unwrap at this point. Because we know for a fact that the CSRF exists. Maybe the way I had it before was better. All right. So you effectively have a reference to it, but also you're going to create a mutable thing. All right. So that's okay. We're exchanging the code, and then we need the response. Now I did have some code for exchanging, and I discovered that Twitch's response caused a parse error, which is frustrating. I wonder if that's due to Twitch not supporting PKC verifiers. So maybe we'll just rip out PKC verifier stuff, but I'll go down this road a little bit further. So let's look at the async instructions for the OIDC crate. Where's me docs? Thank you. Async API. Look at exchange code. All right, request async. Oh wait, sure. And then we need an HTTP client. Future is not send as this value is used across an await. Let's look that one up. That sounds interesting. Never lock the standard library mutex from async functions. Instead, create a non-async function that locks it and accesses it. You can use the Tokyo mutex type instead, but it's better to just restructure your code such that it isn't held across an await. Create an actual struct for state. Hide the lock call implementation details. Okay, well, I'm definitely doing that and locking it from an async function. But surely if I was going to do this, I would have to call the non-async function from the async function. Hmm. Just out of curiosity, what would happen if I was to create a new function just to do that? Get has CSRF or has session, and it takes a string which is a CSRF token, and actually might just take an instr, but let's work this out. And it also contains a cache, which is an arc mutex OIDC cache. And then we go, let's see equals cache lock unwrap. Return C sessions get CSRF is some. That's effectively what we're doing. Oh yeah. Might actually take the PKC verifier out. If not has session CSRF cache. I wonder if I should be passing by reference there. Interesting. So even though this is called from an async function, it still works whereas doing it inline in the async function does not work. So to find out if Twitch really doesn't support PKCE. Okay, so we can actually get rid of that. And probably this. Excuse me. Actually, we don't need that at all. Or that. Or that. Yeah, okay. We're starting to get basic warnings, which is good. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. All right, so we're not using PKCE. So now we need to handle the token. I've completely lost track of where I am. Client. Okay, client. Yeah, as session. Interesting. So you can totally just abstract things away like that as long as you don't do it directly from an async function. So weird. I wish I understood that. Let's add a note to ourselves. Want to understand why doing this here is fine, but if done from an async function, what was the error again? Not in send. Future is not send. Results in future is not send. Okay, so now we have a response. And we can match on the response. Which is apparently a standard token response. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at what the OIDC code suggests. Now the problem here is that we can't do something like this, okay or else, because Twitch's response is being treated as a parse error. So I have to deal with that. And I need to report that to the library maintainers. Don't know if they would change anything because what they're doing is probably correct. But let's find out. So Token response ID token. What else can we call on there? Access token, right? For now, we'll just do a quick println of that. But I'll do it off screen, just in case. Oh, it's an option. The trouble is we need to handle the error. Hey, Nympher, how you doing? It's a very quiet stream today. I'm still wading through async. I'm getting somewhere though, which is nice. I've implemented channels to talk to various parts of the program, and it seems to be working well. Now, why would there be none? This returns an option byte token. It's optional to allow for interoperability with authorization servers that only support OAuth 2. But we are an OITC Connect server, so essentially no token. This should never happen. Right. But I'm pretty sure that there will be an error. So I think what we were doing before was matching on this. So if we take that and we go let R equals match response, we'll probably get more information about the actual error. I'm pretty sure it's going to generate a pass error. So this can be, yeah, it can be a whole bunch of things. Standard error response or standard token response. And then match E. And then this is going to be, well, let's see what the options are. Yeah, here we go. So request token error. You bought an Xbox 360. Oh, cool. It arrived today. It works except for controllers, but you should be able to fix them. Came with 2 controllers, a Kinect. For the entire bundle, $75, which is surprisingly low. Yeah, I wonder if what's the next one in the series? I haven't been keeping up with Xbox, but I wonder if people are just trying to offload them now. You plan on modding it. That's cool. Kinect could have some interesting possibilities. You mean modding it for use on a stream or just in general? Xbox timeline. Oh yeah, I need that. I have no idea about consoles. We were thinking about getting um, a PlayStation as a sort of a. I've been kind of hoping that my partner would be able to play some games, but we haven't gone there yet. Xbox 360, One, and Series. I believe they called one Series. I remember when the 360 came out, it was very popular. Yeah, so this is the one we're going to want to. I actually have no idea what these arguments are. So bar in this case would be, oh, that's right, it's evacuate. Yeah, I had this issue, and this is where the token ends up, which is the stupidest thing in the world. But it's happening because um, the description is something like missing error, missing the error property of the JSON response. Um, and this is the effectively this becomes the token, but we'll call it body now. And I need to remind myself how to get a string out of evacuate. I had this code already, but I got rid of it somewhere. From UTF 8 bytes. Sure. Okay. So this is probably where our token will end up. So we're going to go Twitch null forms response. Desk, and then probably the actual token response. String from UTF-8. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Body expect probably works. Okay, how are we doing here? Yeah, right. I need to actually return something. For someone who never had more than two controllers, Connect was a godsend. Whenever I'd have more than one friend over, we'd play some mini games on the Connect. Nice. So basically, it takes the place of a controller. It's just like looking at where people are, right? Uh, Another awesome device similar to the Kinect is the PlayStation Eye toy. It wasn't very popular in the US, but over here in Europe, it was booming. Oh, cool. Had way more games in EU. Yeah, I've never played around with one. They sound really interesting. I know a lot of people are now using um, motion sensor things just via the webcam, uh, for example, to drive their PNG tuber or VTuber or whatever. Xbox Connect tagline has become the controller. Nice. Yeah, it sounds like it was remarkably successful, but um, is there an equivalent for the modern Xbox, or is it still Connect? So now we need to return desk, I guess, and we need a catch-all. I think this is still problematic. I wonder if I had this in a Git submission at any point. Doesn't look like I did. Fun fact, you can use a Connect to 3D scan things. Really? Yeah, that's cool. For something that's, consumer grade, I think it was capable of a lot from the sound of things. Okay, so our issue here is that we're returning an error, JSON error, which is fine, but this is not fine. I wonder if I can do that. No. um, I just want to return, I don't think that helps. Yeah, no. There's Connect V2 for the Xbox One, but it wasn't all that popular, even less than the first one. Oh, okay. Interesting. I wonder if people have kind of moved away from that sort of thing towards, well, the same people that would have used Connect now use VR instead. Yeah, I need to return the same thing. So error could be of request token error. Um, I think if I just do this, maybe, yeah, something like that. So what's the issue here? Oh, mismatched again. Yeah, this is all down to my inexperience. That's okay, we'll work through it. I really just want to output things because um, I know where the token is from past experience. um, it's extremely unlikely to be a normal response. That's the thing, we do need to return a normal response. So we should go, okay, um, and then we need to form the response, which is, maybe that's where that Twitch OICD response comes in, this thing. Because it's supposed to have the error field on it, but it doesn't because it's not an error. Hmm. Honestly, VR and Connect have a little overlap, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, it's way different to see yourself interact with things and be put physically into the game world. Yeah, yeah. I hear what you're saying. Connect was able to remove the background and insert you into the game world. Yeah, obviously led a very sheltered existence. uh, we had we had some, or my brother had some game capable computers growing up, but they were all cartridge based with joysticks before the controller era. Um, so what would happen if I just ignore this for now? And we won't get to this point, but just in case I've somehow gotten it right and we do get to that point, right. So if we don't get to this point, then I'll know that. it's because of this pass error issue, I think. Oh, thanks. Yeah, affiliate wasn't as hard as I kind of thought it might be just from building up a few streams and getting a few followers. But thank you, I appreciate that. It's definitely kind of planning for the long haul rather than the short haul, I think, at the moment. Streaming to one or two hardy souls who don't mind watching me do this. I'm hoping that as the stream becomes more interactive, which is what this is all leading up to, then it might be more fun to hang out. It has the hard drive. That's cool. So essentially, you could have paid $75 for the hard drive alone. I guess maybe back in the day. I hope it's still all right though. If it's 360 error, it might be getting on a bit. Hopefully, it's still good. Right, so we actually panicked at a different spot. We panicked in chat on an unwrap. Um, so I think we'll probably take chat out of the equation for a moment and see if that helps. I guess it didn't see a lot of use when it was bought. Yeah. Okay, so this is complaining that there's a channel closed, at least based on the physical games you got with it. Yeah, yeah, nice. I think I need more in the way of logging here so I can figure out what's going on. Um, so in the handler, client init, um, authorize URL, versus exchange code. Um, And we'll just give that a quick run to see if anything if it reaches either of those points. Oh, what did we do? Oh yeah, that is definitely not a function. FIFA 13, FIFA 15, so they had it for at least 2 years, right? Connect Sports, Connect Adventures, Need for Speed Rivals, and Connect Fitness. Sounds like we got a Connect bundle. Okay, so we didn't get to any points there. We got channel closed. Why and where? Um, we know the route's not getting hit because I haven't got a browser pop up. So it must be in OIDC. Would it be here? This returns a result send error. If the receive half of the channel is closed, the function returns an error. Okay, so don't suppose I can wrap error from here. I think you have to import IO wrap error, something like that. Um, channel go bye-bye. Nope. You've been awake since 5. Absolutely, you should head to bed. Have a good rest, man. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope the modding goes well. Hmm. Seems like this returns a result, but I can't seem to. Hmm. Send is sync, but it's an async function. So if I go away, wrap error, channel go bye bye. Except that we wouldn't normally want to await it, but let's just find out what's going on there. Oh, that worked. Why did that work? Okay, we got invalid client. Why did that work? Are you supposed to await channel sends? Uh, Maybe you are. Oh, you are. Well, that would explain a lot. Let me look at the one-shots. Yeah, you are. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Um, so in this case, I probably don't need to wrap the arrow right now. Okay, so it opens a browser. We also need to set the browser value. And it's currently using the 1Password client IDs, which means we need to run it as 1Password extension. I'm probably going to be doing that off channel just in case I've made any mistakes. So I will just kill this. And we will drag this back here. I'll just use a side window to go effectively. What we're going to do is we'll set an environment variable for browser equals probably Firefox, because I have the robot account open in Firefox so that I can authenticate the request. And then op run, and then cargo run. So op is 1Password CLI, and that will translate a value much like op personal blah blah blah, and then a couple of ID values, so something like user ID blah, and that communicates with 1Password and fills the environment variable with what's actually supposed to be in it. Okay, so we'll try that in another window. Browser. Hopefully it gets the right browser. op run cargo. And if that works, we should see a little pop-up that asks me to authorize it, which shouldn't reveal any secrets, hopefully. There we go. I need a thumbprint. I don't think I typed that right. There we go. Okay, so now what? Has it? Interesting. Okay. Hey, MetUI 007, how you doing? Welcome. Has it gone to Firefox is the question. It has not. So I'm going to copy that URL and open it in Firefox and see if we get some kind of response. Nope, we get invalid client. All right. Oh, that's right. It's because what we get instead, because 1Password is being very careful, what gets sent is this URL. So authorize call response type code client ID concealed by 1Password. That's not what we want at all. So instead, we need to type, I think there's a flag, op run, I've forgotten now. It's still trying to get Eloquent Robot to authorize. So we want one password CLI, don't obscure or something like that, don't conceal. Um, nope, none of that is what I want. I want the run command. Oh yeah, reveal maybe. One password CLI. Blah, 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 blah. Run. There we go. No masking. That's the value. Okay, good. So I can do that, but I don't think it's getting the browser correctly. Let's just try it by going yeah, we'll kill the process again. No masking. Hopefully it understands the right browser. Nope. It keeps wanting to open Chrome, but that's okay. We will figure that out in a minute. First, let's see if we get some kind of response. So I'll paste this into Firefox. It's asking for an auth, which I will give it. And it's hitting localhost 3000 with the code, and I'm not seeing anything here. So that's a fail. I should see exchange code. I wonder if I should put some kind of logging in the handler itself. Hey, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. I don't have a little pop-up for it yet. Part of this is supposed to be generating those. Uh, Let me just see if you do any streaming yourself. Maybe it doesn't look like it yet. Just check your follow anyway, just in case. Okay. Now, so this isn't proceeding as far as I thought it would. So let's go to server and add some logging so we know if the route gets hit. Hit route. And also I'd like to know how to specify browser properly. So I don't think the environment variable is getting through. My current browser is set to Chrome. Google Chrome stable. Can I specify the browser after the OP run? So could I do essentially this? No masking. Coco run. Yeah. Let's just try it that way. That definitely did not work. It opened in Chrome. So we'll copy and visit that route again. Ah, it did hit the route. Okay, good. So we're not completely off track. But it seems it's not. Oh, and I bet I know why. Like the other one, we're supposed to be awaiting this. And we're not. So that was the issue. Yeah, now this is async, but we can't use the question mark operator here. So I think it's going to be await or else. Um, I don't think this works, but let's just mess with it for a minute. Right, so it needs a result. Yeah. So I can't return an error, but I need to return. If the await errors, I need to return a status code. But I can't do that because it thinks error. And that's because or else returns an error, right? This function can be used for control flow based on result values. I don't care about what the error was. I just want to return a status code. But the return is not. Hang on, I'm getting all confused. It needs to be a result. Try wrapping the expression in error, but it's not. It's not an error. Okay. What about if we do it the other way? If, okay, I mean, I know this is stupid, but I just want to understand why it works the way it works. Expect a ball, found nothing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, interesting. So that works What would be the inline equivalent of that, I wonder? Could we not just say if txtend, or wait, uh, not okay, or like as okay is error? Yeah, that's essentially what we're talking about. Right. So is this the most idiomatic version of that, is my question. So let's ask the Oracle. Is there a more idiomatic way to write this? Yeah, I don't really like that. Can or else be used here? Okay. All right, I'm sold. Let's just keep doing this. So um, now we should get a status code, and we should hopefully see some response from the client. But I'm still not getting my browser as Firefox. Is it supposed to be called something else, I wonder? Hmm. I wonder if there's a way that you have to pass environment variables. Or perhaps browser. Hey man, how you doing? I'm still in async hell, but I'm getting somewhere, I think. Don't worry, I won't make you watch the programmer stuff. Um, yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. It's pouring with rain here in Auckland, and the dog is fast asleep, and I am working on Twitch. The issue is, by the way, maybe you can help me. Yeah, the Twitch API, I'm trying to get a little bit of chat interaction going, but I want to do it from scratch, so it's taking a while. Um, Maybe you can tell me, I'm considering buying a mic. Someone told me the other day that the sibilants, the S's and T's, were really harsh when I talk. Is that something that you notice as well? Because it's just a cheap, it's not a cheap headset, but it's a noise canceling headset that I use for work. But is it really hard to listen to? Yeah, definitely working harder, not smarter. Absolutely. Yeah. Um, I don't need wrap error anymore. The S's are a bit harsh. You need to look into DS's. Yeah. Different people have it at different pitches. Find it and turn it down at that frequency. Yeah. So someone else said exactly what you just said. And so I looked, but a lot of the DSs are available for Windows, but not necessarily for Linux. So it was quite difficult to find one that worked. And I think probably that just getting a better mic will probably help a lot, but I definitely need to explore that a little bit more. There's a second-hand mic that we're hopefully going to win the sale for, so we will see how that goes. Reaper, yeah. So Reaper's, I looked at Reap.js or Re.js or whatever it's called, uh, but it's mostly Windows. So I'm not, there's a way to run them in Linux, but I couldn't get it to work. So I will have to revisit that. It makes you, after people tell you that, it makes you really conscious of all your S's and T's when you talk. It's hilarious. Moral of the story, use Windows. Yeah, whatever. I refuse. Uh, yeah, no, there's a way to run VST plugins, which is what I think most of Reaper is. Um, but their interfaces, the little pop-up graphics things, don't work so well. So you can run it, but you can't adjust it, which is really frustrating. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, we'll upgrade the equipment and see what happens. But for a while there, I thought, do I have a Lisp? But I'm told I don't, at least not overtly. Right, so I need to find out why I can't. Does open allow you to specify a browser? Open path with a default application. How does it determine the default? Well, I will just comment that out for now, and we will just manually open it in Firefox. Don't know why I've still got the ad sign up. This is part of what I need to automate. Get a Windows computer, plug your system into it, configure it, transfer the settings. Interesting. Interesting. I do actually have a Windows laptop kicking around for testing and stuff. Um, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Hey, if I get one more follower, I hit the big 100. I just noticed that. Have to find someone, some poor fool, poor unsuspecting fool. Okay, so that should now run. So we'll try it off screen just in case I reveal something by mistake. Authorize one password. I really need a thumbprint reader for this PC. Okay, build, build, build. Copy this URL. Go to that screen. Open this URL. Hey, now we're talking. Okay, good. So that's what's supposed to happen. Failed to pass server response. And this is because Twitch's API is wrong, at least near as I can tell. So I'm going to have to report that to the maintainers of this library because they think it's failed, but it hasn't. So what I might do is capture the URL and report it to them. Want to fix your blurry ad pop-ups? Oh, definitely, yeah. They're extremely basic. Have you seen them? Uh, I don't even know where it is actually. Uh, There it is. I know it's slightly off center at the moment. Oh, you saw me making it. Oh, right click on your source, scale filtering point. Okay, this I can do. Man, I didn't even realize that you watched me making that. Oh yeah, it's super blurry, right? Okay, right click on the source, scale filtering. I'm assuming, oh yeah, I see it. It's disabled. Let's go to point. Oh, look at that. You're so smart. Scale filtering point. Oh, ta-da! I wonder if the same is true of that GIF. Oh, it's not really that blurry. It's going to turn into a bevy game object anyway, so. Oh, look at that. You've just improved it dramatically. Scale filtering point, huh? Okay. So we turned that off. What's his filter set to? I'm not sure if that changed. I think it did. Yeah, I think you're right. Huh. Oh man, you just make me better. You just make me better. Um, Very good tip. I have to remember to do that. Yeah, once it becomes like a bevy game object, I'm not sure how that'll all be dealt with, but we'll find that out as we proceed. At the moment, they're just PNGs and GIFs. Super, super high tech. All right, so we know we're getting an error response. You take your royalties in cash or direct transfer. Excellent. Uh, you may have your royalties in VIP status. um, Now, uh, go away ChatGPT, go away VecString, OpenID Connect, you can stay for now, but the problem is we're detecting it as an error. So in client, it's not an error. We know it's not an error. It's just an ordinary um, token response, but it's matching this block here. So I need to translate it out of there as a workaround, and I also need to report it upstream to the maintainers. Maybe I'll do that as a way of kind of formulating my thoughts here. Just check to make sure that it's not really a known issue. Same redirect URI as the authorized URL request. Oh, I wonder if this is the issue. No, because it's missing an error block related to 126. Invalid grant type. Okay, let's try creating this issue, and maybe by talking it through, we'll rubber ducky ourselves. Unexpected parse error. This makes me want to maybe look into Twitch integration as well, but you have already so much to do. You so do. I mean, you've got your hands full, although you made amazing progress since the jam. Look where it was and how far you've come. Your game is like colorful and interactive, and yeah, it's got power ups and everything. Maybe you just add more blood instead. I think that's probably a good instinct. Um, Unexpected pass error on authorize URL. Wait, exchange token with Twitch. I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong. Twitch is doing something wrong. Still possible. Third unknown option. It's almost like a different game, but what I'm doing now is part of that original game doc I made. Interesting. Could only do so much part-time solo. Yeah. It's interesting that it's still valid, right? After all this time. I think parts of my game doc are too, but I didn't really have it fleshed out enough. I ended up scratching it all down on a big GIMP image, still floating around somewhere. I'm able to get the code from Twitch OIDC just fine. However, the response is treated as a parse error, despite the fact that it contains a valid, what appears to be a valid token response. It's now also really similar to Hades. That wasn't part of the original design, but when I made it more top down, it basically started screaming Hades. This I need to find out about because I don't know this game. Oh, well, that's obviously not going to be right. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, it's overwhelmingly positive, so you might be doing something right. Cool. Yeah, okay, I can see that. What? Damn. Super giant collection bundle. That's a lot of money. All right. Uh, I mean, the fact that it's similar to something doesn't necessarily make it bad, I suppose. Most games are similar to something. Uh, the error is caused by missing field error at line 1, column 44. However, the body, response body, provided in the parse error does contain what looks to be most games take a bit from others and make it their own. Yeah, Power World, for goodness sake. Now, Horizon Zero Dawn, what was that emulating? Because I did play a little bit of that, but I'm not familiar with the genre at all. Sensible response. Is Twitch simply non-compliant with the standard? Or am I possibly making a I can provide a reproduction if necessary, was going to contribute an example in any case. Right, so now I need the actual body so that I can show them what it is. It's just none of the mechanics were unique. They've all been done, not from anything specific, but because it put in its unique world and story, it didn't matter exactly. Yeah. So you're really looking for a point of difference rather than making something completely new. I would never attempt to make RimWorld, but I love RimWorld enough to try to emulate it. um, okay, so we need to get some of this working so that I can print the response. But I'm sure I'm incorrect about some of these details. So what are the issues? Mismatched response types. Yes, that is the closing delimiter. What's your point? Oh, I see. That's why I'm emulating games I played a lot, like Binding of Isaac. Again, not a game I played, but everyone talks about it. That seems fine. What am I? Oh, I see. All right. Now, mismatched types. Case in point, every FPS game after the original Doom and that other game whose name I'm forgetting. You mean Quake? I definitely played a lot of Quake. And Enemy Territory, which was based on the same engine, I think. Pretty sure. But then, yeah, Unreal Tournament. But then, whatchamacallit? I've completely forgotten. The one with the medic and the spy and the gunner. TF2, Team Fortress 2, kind of redefined it. Yeah, people still play that. Okay, so response can return. See, this is why I'm struggling. If it's an error, is there such a thing as needing a branch here? No. If it's okay, we just return R, but it doesn't like that because it's waiting for a standard token response. So response is already either a result or an error. So we should get rid of this. And then this. Okay, that's a little bit better. Match arms incompatible. So we need to return E in both cases. I just want some debug output on some of it. Expected a standard token response, but I found an error. Okay, so what happens if I just return R in all cases? Nope. God damn it. Um, now we'd be adding Twitch integration things. I didn't say I was going to add it to my game. I said that I was going to add Twitch integration to the channel using the game technology, using Bivy at least. As far as I know, I'll be the only one writing a Twitch layer in Bivy. It doesn't matter. You may possibly be in ads, I'm not sure, but I'm going to stick this up anyway. Look how clear that is. Okay, I can do this. Why is this so hard? E is a, it's because of the super complicated type. This is why it's so hard. I haven't got that old error, have I? No. So confused. Cannot find R. Oh yeah. As type, OpenID connect, standard token response. And I'm returning one of those. But you might have to do some actual programming if you do that. Or you could probably just install some plugins, to be fair. There's a plugin, of course there's a plugin. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere, but we've still got the wrong type here. It wants a standard token response, and I'm giving it an error. Can I give it a standard error response? No. Ah, why is this so complicated? I just want to get some output. Goddamn Rust. Don't give it an error. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Uh, so frustrating. I'm missing something obvious. Oh, wait. It has no way to tell what type it is. Actually, yeah. I got you now. Um, everything else, just return R. Can't find R. Right. do that. But if this is a request token error, I think, or standard error response maybe. Expected tuple struct or tuple variant. I know how to do this. I know how to do this. I need to look up the type. Let's look at standard error response. No. Error response. Customization by clients. Not object safe. No. Let's look at pass error because we know that exists somewhere. Request token error. God damn it, I swear it exists. That. Pub tree, we drinking. Yeah. Yeah. In Rust, things have traits. In other words, they can do things based on what kind of object they are, essentially. Failed to pass server response. So here we go. Request token error. Yeah. I don't think I can match straight into that. Yeah, no. Try to match against one of the enums variants. Okay. Do not know if this will work. Expected standard token response. Found enum. All right. Can I get the error from a standard token response? This should not be this hard. What about standard error response? Standard error response. Ah, let me do what I want to do. Let me do the thing. Where T equals error response type. This could be a ChatGPT moment because I do not understand what I'm doing wrong. Given the following malformed block, consider a possible working solution for outputting the pass error. Yeah, this is the real programming language. Unfortunately, it's giving me generic answers, and I don't think I need generic answers. It's making a lot of assumptions. Yeah, that's basically my code. So response is a standard token response, I think. Yes, but it could be an error. So it can't be apparently a standard error response, but it's not a result. So I can't just go, okay, error. Maybe I shouldn't unwrap it. Maybe that's the problem. Now it's a result. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right, so okay, R, well, res, don't care. Res, error, E, match E. All right, so mismatched things, which is fine. We don't need this anymore. What type is this? This is a request token error. Hooray! Okay. Um, it's expecting a standard token response. Can I just not return anything? No, I have to return an error. And this is a request token error. But I suppose I can just do this because that would be super helpful. No. So nope. Okay. So can I convert it back into a standard token response? Takes 3 arguments, access token, token type, and extra fields. So no. Can I return a standard error response? Nope. God damn it. This infuriating thing is I had this working and I deleted it and I didn't commit it. And that is not like me because I commit every 5 seconds normal. It's just this really complex type. I mean, it's hideous. So the result comes from the await, and we can return the result standard token response. Um, the error is of type request token error, which is good. and we can match on the pass, and we get a distraction and a body of vec_qa. We'll just call this E because it's what it is. Ah, no, that's a bad idea. Description's fine. It's an actual error object, but never mind. Error, maybe. No autosave in Rust? No. No. I save frequently, I just never committed. And I had this really detailed block that dived into the pass error, which isn't actually a pass error. It's an ordinary authentication response, but this library thinks it's a pass error. Hence why I'm trying to. Don't tell me I got rid of my issue. There we go. Trying to report it. And it could be that in doing so, I find that I've just been an idiot. Okay, so I can't create a standard error response. One of the safest things in Unreal is actually not to save often. And you get multiple autosave versions. Oh, so if you get a corruption, you can revert to one of those. Blimey, it sounds like a bit of a tricky workflow there. Wait a minute, what if I just... No. Really? Are you kidding me? Was that all it was? Hang on. Wait a minute. The value's partially moved. Yeah, well, you're right, because we're unpacking it. Can I just clone it? Nope. This question mark operator. So I took it out of the await up here. Normally what it does is essentially unpack the error and throw it out of the function. And I left it off, and then I got a bunch of issues. I'm still not sure if that was the only problem though, so let's find out. Partially moved value E, sure. I wonder if I can clone this and get away with it. Still doesn't implement copy. Yeah. How can I work around that? I presume I can't just return E. Right. Get rid of all that later. Okay. So how do I not move that value? Can I just create a new? Yeah. Wait a minute, what error type am I actually using in this function? An IR error. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. Once again, let's ask the Oracle. Translate this Rust code for me until I get better at it. Suggest a solution for use of partially moved. Don't laugh at me. I'm learning. Value E in the following context. Yep, you are correct so far. Clone the body. Yeah, I tried, but we can't. Reconstruct E to include the moved body. Refactor the error handling. Yeah, I can't clone the body. Wait, can I clone it but not copy it? Maybe I can because let new body equals body clone. Maybe you just have to do it a separate step. I did try that. Nope. Doesn't implement copy. Cloning is not feasible. Reconstructing E. Oh, interesting. So actually pass it out of the original. Huh. All right. That's an interesting idea. Um, response request token error pass. Oh, wait, wrong error. I don't think I want to wrap it in OK because it's not OK, it's an error. Hmm. This is results. That's the JSON error. Oh, I see. No, I can't do that. You're right. Um, yeah. Okay. I tried to be too smart for my own good. Not laughing at learning, laughing at you calling it the Oracle. Oh my God, we got rid of all the errors. I just thought you'd like to know we got rid of all the errors. That's great news. I should not talk to these. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. I'm a bad man. Um, all right. We should, in theory, be able to get some kind of output now. I'm going to run it off screen briefly just to make sure it doesn't contain anything bogus. Authorize one password once again. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, build. Open a route, which I will open in Firefox, which is off screen. It hit the route, and we still got a failure. Oh no, this was an actual error, but it doesn't have the error field. Missing client ID. What do you mean missing client ID? The client ID is absolutely there. Oh, I know what happened. The request type is wrong. We had this issue already. Request type. We had this issue because it needs, instead of receiving it in the body, it needs to receive it as a URL encoded form because of OECD standard. So request type, I think. No, it's here somewhere. Let's go to client. Look at that crisp ad sign. Set something. There it is. We'll type request body. Right, I think I have to do it before then when we create the client. That looks correct to me. Okay, let's try that one again off screen. Copy this URL into Firefox. Aha, we have a token response. And the error is invalid type sequence expecting a string. Oh, because it's, okay. I think I can copy this across as long as I remove the token. Whoa, stop that. Delete, 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 delete. Blah, blah, blah. Delete, delete, delete. The ID token looks correct, which is good. That's obviously a JSON Web Token. It's a very, very long one. Delete, delete, delete. Extremely long. And then a nonce. And the refresh token. Awesome. So we're definitely making progress. So what gets returned is this thing. And this is what's causing the error. So it's got lots of new lines in it. And that to me is quite weird. So why is it returning JSON, essentially formatted JSON? And the error is like so. So Twitch malformed response error path segments map key scope expected as string. Line 1, column 904. Oh yeah, because the scope is an array, which we can see here. Scope is an array, and it expected a string. I wonder if there's a way to configure that. Expected a string. So let's see if anybody else has had that issue. Scope is an array. Subject issuer can cause pass failure. The token ID that contains subject issuer failed to pass expected a sequence. In Unreal, I can just see what type of input or output it's expecting. Yeah, fair enough. There are better ways of debugging than what I just did. Am I doing something weird wrong, or is this a bug in the library? The sequence is expected at offset 273. Okay, so no, that's not an issue. Let's look at the OIDC RFC scope. Oh my God, that's so small. Scope. OpenID Connect requests must contain the OpenID scope value. What about the response? Yep, yep, sure. Token response. think I'll just ask them. They're the experts, they'll know. Don't want to waste the maintainer's time, but so what we need to do is turn this into something approaching JSON. Foo JSON. And get rid of basically everything that doesn't look like JSON. So on this line, we're going to match everything that is one of these and turn it into nothing, basically. It did not like that. Oh, yes, it did. I just haven't made it global. There we go. That should do the trick. And collapse that, and collapse that. Remove that. For some reason, oh yeah. Get rid of those. And for some reason, it doesn't like that. I think that was because it should be like that. Yeah. Okay. I strongly suspect they are not standards compliant. And it's not missing field error anymore. It is. As long as it works, that's all that matters. Yeah, well, true, although there is such a thing as pain. Get rid of that. Um, Obviously, I can work around by modifying the response. JSON response extracted from the error. Is going to be, where's my JSON file gone? There it is. Um, interacting with which is IDC flow. Valid type sequence expected a string. tidy things up a little. Okay, is Twitch simply non-compliant with the standard with the RFC? Obviously, I can work around by modifying the response. Yeah, the response to code exchange or exchange code is treated as a pass error. Valid type sequence. This is perhaps the last obstacle after which I should be able to contribute an example for Twitch. Yeah. All right, cool. So now we ought to be able to get that token out to the rest of the application. I just need to pass it back to JSON. Am I right about that? Is it just that it's might just search on that string just to see if we've got any other hits that I ought to be paying attention to. OIDC string scope versus array. Almost all other providers output the scope as a single space delimited string. Yeah. So RFC 8693. Strongly implies it ought to be a space delimited string. Hmm. I search on sequences. Anybody got any hints for how to manage this? Oh, that's me. This is the only other one. Um, Twitch, OIDC, scope, space, delimited string array. Twitch has decided to loosely follow the RFC. Yeah, nope. Okay. While we strive to follow RFCs as closely as possible, deviations do occur. Changing our scope value from an array to a space-separated string would be a significant breaking change. Damn it. Bugger. Okay. So I'll add that context. Changing our scope value from an array to a space-separated string would be a significant breaking change, blah, blah, blah. Damn. I wonder if there's such a thing as an adapter to the response before you read it. Well, with that in mind, I'm going to make a cup of tea and I'll be back. Okay, cup of tea equipped. Excuse me. Now, I should be able to get the token now. We'll delete that. And just check to make sure that no one's responded to this, which will be very unlikely. I don't suppose there's any way to pre-format a response before the error is generated. Is there? Otherwise, I guess I'll keep matching on the pass error and returning a modified response. Okay, so get rid of that burb. Go away, burb. All right, now, so now we're matching on the response. So does this mean that we've got the question mark there? If I remove that and put it here, everything breaks, right? Yes. All right. So we don't need this anymore. Yes, we do. But actually, we're not going to return a error from here. The difficulty is that we're going to return this error workaround for this. We're going to ignore all pass errors, and that's kind of bad, but I think it's the only way to go here. Short of the other thing we could do would be to detect the substring scope in the error. But I think for now, we're just going to ignore everything. Ignore pass error because Twitch is non-compliant. Bastards. No, that's not fair. Okay, so that raises the specter that they could generate another pass error and I wouldn't see it, but we're just going to have to deal. So now we have to do okay. What is erase? Basic token type, ID token fields. Oh God, this is going to be painful. Just for reference. That's not what I expected. Um, oh, okay. So how do I convert it back into a response? In the access token, token type, and extra fields. So can we pass it having modified the body? Is there such a thing as a pass? Let's find that out. Request token error, discover area, core request token error, client registration error. Nope, none of those. All right, so standard token response. New. So there's no pass for this? Oh, deserialize, right. Yeah. So we need a modified implementation of the deserialize. So if I look up standard token response and look at its definition, I should be able to find its deserialize. Yeah, here we go. So it renames scope. Scopes is an option. So really all I need to do is convert scope from a array, or a slice in this case, back into a string, and then attempt to deserialize it. So I need to look at the source for exchange token to see how they do that. Exchange code rather. Or to client exchange code. Code token request. Auth type client ID, secret code, blah, blah, blah. So it returns a code token request. And then what? Request async, right. So request async takes the client, prepares the request, gets the response, map error into request token error, and then endpoint response. Here we go. Third path to error, deserialize from slice response body. Right, so that's where the action happens basically. Fanny Slam. It's not even noon. It's too early. I know. I, believe it or not, have been streaming since basically 7 o'clock, um, to my robot and a couple other people who wandered past. How are you? I hope you're having a good start to your weekend. Okay, don't need that yet. Right, this is where the magic needs to happen. So we'll comment that out. Then we need to modify the response body to be correct. So in order to do that, I presume I need to deserialize it and then modify it. Hmm. Kind of thing that's so much easier in JavaScript. Okay, so we're not going to want that just yet. Well, let's work backwards. Modified response. And we're not going to want that. Let modified response equals. Now, I wonder if I can get if body as slice will work in this context. So if it will, it'll be that much easier to modify. It does. I'm moderately surprised. Extracts a slice containing the entire vector. Okay, all kinds of problems. Third part to error. Interesting. So let's install that. Okay, and this should be body. No, actually, uh, modified response. Interesting. Yes, you're correct. That's because I'm bad at spelling. All right, and now we have a problem with types, but that's okay. We'll get there. So interesting. So what exactly is modified response going to be? Right now it's complaining because incompatible types. Yeah, yeah. Because I want to return, no, okay. Can I go return okay? Yes, no. Because we're matching in an error block. So where my roster fill is failing. again. So we can get rid of this comment and really think about what modified response is going to be. Maybe I need to go back to that function in request async and see what's going on there. So the response is blah, then endpoint response. Check status, check body. I assume that's where it throws the error. Let response body. Oh, okay. So it's actually not returning a result at all. It's deserializing from slice response body and it's returning that value. Oh, okay, so this is a result T error. So it is returning a result. But I need to convert it into, I need to convert that into a standard response. Which I think is what request async is returning, right? Returns a result tr request token error. And returns a future. Oh boy, okay. We're well and truly down the rabbit hole now, but it's going to be okay. So we know that Twitch is sending back bogus content. Particularly scope when it should be scope of bar bar. Okay. How do I get there? I need to convert the error into the type constructed contains standard result. Oh, it is a result already, right? Interesting. Uh-oh, my dog's dreaming. Oh, whoever's in that dream is in trouble. We've taken to calling this noise barking. It's a combination of growling and barking. Rar, barking, barking. Okay, now, what's the error here? Unused error. Really? Is that all? Oh my goodness, did I actually get it right? Surely not. Okay, so that doesn't actually solve our problem, but it's a big step on the way. Modified response is now, okay, that's the big scary type. But I can't do it that way. I have to first convert body to something I can use. So there's a way in Rust to work with JSON as arbitrary values. I know there is. And I think that's a very good question for our old friend. In Rust, is there a simple way to work with arbitrary JSON values? As an example, assume I want to modify foo bar wombat into foo bar wombat. Yes, I have the crate. I have the crate machine. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Machine, it's going to be okay. All right, here we go. So let's learn from this. Interesting. This I don't recognize. Explain the syntax are raw string literal. Oh, nice. I wish I'd known about that. Well, now I do. Cool. That's very helpful. Um, all right, sweet. Pass it. And value is just the sort of arbitrary type, I guess. Interesting. Okay. Um, very interesting. Sir Jason. All right. So we need let b equals Sir Jason oh, it needs to be explicitly a value. Okay. Okay, yep, we're expecting a yes, fine. Um, let's go with unwrap now. And then how do we determine if it's an array or not? I mean, it will be, I guarantee you. I see. So we've got this to coerce it into a type. All right. If some value array be um, scope equals b get, is it get mute? Yeah. scope. So essentially what I want is an array split, joined, right? Okay. Can I not just write directly back to it? I see, I have to type coerce it again. So for example, could I now go the scope equals value string. It's probably going to be quite ugly. Scope better map, right? Oh, filter map, because we have to convert them to string. Why do we have to convert them to string? Is that because their type isn't known? So I can't just go straight to join like so. Why do you expect a comma? I see why. Method join is on JSON value. Okay. I think I see why. So as string must come out of value. All right, so the bot is right. Never trust the bot though. Never trust the bot. Okay. And now could I go, can I skip the toSlice step? Can I deserialize from, I need to reserialize first, right? Show the step where we convert, show converting the value back into a JSON string. Oh, really? Okay. But we don't want from slice. Search JSON from slice, we probably won't have a slice. So what other options have I got? From str. B to string. I see. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I see. So I still can't join. Right, I have to convert that, right? Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Collect. Yep, because we're going to turn it back into a vector. Collect. Do I have to specify the type? Vec and str. Let's see if it'll let me get away without it. Nope. Type annotations needed. Vec and str. and that needs one of these. Cannot borrow B is mutable. Okay, so what we're saying here is we're going to take a value that we've already received as part of an error because Twitch sucks, but they don't suck. Twitch, don't ban me. As a slice. If if we find that scope is an array, we're going to modify it. We're going to say that scope is actually a series of strings which we're going to join with space. And then regardless of whether scope is an array or not, we're going to change the response to we're going to re-deserialize the response basically in order to get the type that this program suggests, expects. Oh boy. All right. In theory, that should work. Let's actually try running it. I'm going to run it off screen just in case it spams my token at anyone. Need a thumbprint reader so bad. Okay, we're waiting, we're building, we're building. We've got an authorized URL, which I will open in Firefox. I have opened it in Firefox. It has returned a token response. Hooray! That's excellent. I will put that into It's got a signature, it's got additional claims. Most of this is redacted. I think I might actually be okay to put this into, yeah, it's hidden all of the important stuff. Audience, expiration. Yeah, I think it has. I'm going to run this once more to get a formatted output. And then, oh, this is exciting. It's actually working. And then I'm going to copy the response across. So the command is op run, no masking, cargo run. And it'll probably reauthorize. And open a URL. Which I'll copy into Firefox. Ah, nice. Okay, so I'll copy all of this. That is a very long byte sequence. The response. Okay, so we get an ID token with a JSON web token, which has been unpacked for me. An audience, expiration, subject identifier, which is perfect. End username, elegant robot. Birthday, none. Oh, so sad. So you get a lot of information. And then a signature block, which is very long and which I'll redact. Very long. Very long. Okay. And then assigning input, which I can also delete. Cool. We have an actual token. Well, that's the ID token. We also need the access token. But yeah, progress, man. Progress. I'm excited. That's cool. That was a hard-won victory, but I learned a lot about Rust async. Like a lot. A lot, a lot. Hmm. All right. So first of all, we'll stop printing the token response. Okay, so I can get the ID token. How does the access token arise from that? And then I think probably call it quits. Oh man, I didn't notice that it was in another crate. Oh, so there are workarounds. Implement the token response trait for a custom struct that matches Twitch's response. Uh, we can make token responsive traits, blah, blah, blah. I wish someone had put an example of how to do it. Token responsive approach. We first need to use blah, blah, blah. Callers can do their own UTF-8 decoding, print a string. Token response approach. You can provide your own implementations that deviate from the standards. So can I search on token response? Better examples needed. How do you implement token response? Hmm. TLDR is to implement the token response trait for a custom struct that matches Twitch's response. As the name standard token response implies, it adheres to the standard. Okay, so how could we do that? I wonder if this person ever published a repo that has it in it. Token response. Nope. Damn. Twitch API 2. Nope. Nope. Damn. Implement token response trait for a custom struct that matches Twitch's response. All right, so how do they implement token response? Um, Standard token response. Implement standard token response. Various setters, etc. Implement token response. The access token, the token type. Okay. So I would need to implement that and find a way to get it. And then scopes would return something else, basically. Okay. I think I see. All right, good. We can do that. I'm not going to do it today. I am not going to do it today. Well, not this morning anyway. So we needed to do on client, get rid of grokking. To do, we can dodge this nonsense by implementing token response for a custom Twitch struct. Okay. Can't imagine you're still listening to my blathering, but if you are, is there any particular raid you can think of? Oh, I know where I'm going.